Hello everyone. Can you hear me okay? First things first with the stream, gotta make sure everything's working okay. Can you hear me? And does the video quality look fine? Is there any dropped frames? Anything to note? Okay. Can you hear me okay? Is anyone in the chat? Because I need to know. Alright. And audio levels are good. I'm not too loud, too quiet. Like I said, video's fine, everything good to go. Oh. I got one person saying we're good, so I guess we're good. So, hey. Hello, everyone. Let's see, we got a few people here already. Feel free to chat with me, because early on here we don't have that much to look at, because currently Kentucky's closed. And there's only really one race that I consider very interesting in Kentucky. That would be the 3rd District. John Yarmouth is retiring, so there's a primary for a seat. And let me pull this up for myself. Morgan McGarvey, I believe, is his choice. The favorite. Atticus Scott is a more progressive choice. And currently, McGarvey has quite the lead. 9% of the vote in. It's been stuck at that for quite some time. That's pretty much all. I wanted to start before things get hectic. Give people a chance to get in here. Me a chance to introduce myself. And get comfortable. I mean, we do have other results that we can look at here. Just, there's none that I really expect to be interesting. Most of these incumbents I think are pretty safe. There's no real other competitive district in Kentucky. Senate primary we can take a look at. Rand Paul, Charles Booker, both were very heavy favorites going in, and they look to be very much ahead. I apologize if I'm ever quiet, at least in the beginning. I'm hoping later we get a decent amount of chatting going to keep conversation interesting. And of course later there's also going to be a lot more results coming in that are worthy of being talked about. Maybe I did start too early. I thought there'd be more people here, to be honest. Or at least, I mean, it says a decent amount of people are here. Just not a whole lot of people talking in the chat. Which, hey, it's fine if you don't want to talk in the chat. This just might be a boring beginning. So, I'm also rusty as hell with this. I haven't done a live stream of this sort in, what was it, 4 years? So, not much really going on here on Twitter. Namely, the Louisville mayor's race seems to be somewhat interesting. Let's check and see if there's any more. No? Kentucky's third. Coming in pretty slow, it seems. Well, I guess since there isn't really much going on yet, how's the layout? Is it fine? Because I was a little worried that the scrolling text might be headache-inducing. But I didn't really know any other way to, I guess, show all the information. So I do like it scrolling by like that. I just want to make sure it's not hurting anybody's heads or anything. And also, most of those results we aren't going to be getting for quite some time. 20 minutes until North Carolina closes. That's when things will get a bit more interesting. Rand Paul declaring victory, that's no surprise. He wasn't expected to be in any danger tonight for his seat. I mean, it's certainly a bit of a divisive Republican, considering his more libertarian leanings. But not divisive enough to really have any serious primary go against him. And it's officially been called that Rand Paul has won. Once again, not really surprising. Main thing we're watching is Kentucky 3 as of now. Out of curiosity, are there any other calls in these races? No, and none of the early results are really that surprising. Here's I guess a preview of North Carolina. I believe Cherry Beasley is heavily expected to win the Democratic primary. Been more of an open question here. I'm pretty sure there's a candidate not listed here in Pat McCrory, who's sort of fallen by the wayside. The former governor of the state lost re-election by the tiniest of percentage points in 2016. And that's the year Trump won the state in 2016, so definitely not the most electable candidate. A proven loser. You usually don't want to go with them. I believe Trump has endorsed Ted Budd in this race. And the House, District 1, I believe is pretty interesting. Don Davis, Erica Smith. Another pretty interesting moderate versus progressive fight. I'd say the real excitement happens in Pennsylvania because you got a lot of crazy stuff going here. You got the governor primary for the Republicans. You got Lou Barletta. You got Mastriano, who has been endorsed by Donald Trump. In the Senate primary, you got Kathy Barnett, who's surged late. A lot of people don't really know much about her. I don't either. Obviously, Trump has endorsed Dr. Oz, Mohammed Oz, whatever. And curious if Barnett pulls off the upset tonight. Pretty much everyone expects Fetterman to win the Senate primary on the Democratic side. And I expect the same. And probably the House race I'm watching most in Pennsylvania would be the 12th. Summerlee, Steve Urban are the main candidates in that one. Taking a quick look at some notes I made. Now, these are probably outdated. I made these a while ago. Just to figure out what other races that I'm missing. North Carolina 11 is a pretty interesting one, considering all the things that amassing Cawthorn has said recently. Has that hurt him? Is that enough to get him thrown out in the primary? We'll see. One of a few incumbents that are in danger tonight. The big incumbent that's probably in danger is Kurt Schrader, but that is a number of hours away. That's 11 o'clock when Oregon closes, along with Idaho. And we probably won't be on when the results get called for that race, because Oregon takes their time counting. Refreshing just to see if it'll change. And it hasn't. Thanks, Constantine. I did. Using Google Slides of all things to create the banner. I got a bit of a weird system for the scrolling text. Most of it is done. I was streaming with Streamlabs, OBS. That handles the scrolling, but I'm actually doing it read from file. That way it's easier to edit the text on the fly. Which will be very important later when a lot more stuff is coming in. I had to edit the text once so far because Kentucky 3 is just stuck at 9%. Though, frankly, I doubt that result will change very much. See if anything is going on Twitter. Doesn't seem to be. I'll do a refresh. AP calls it for Charles Booker. He'll be the first black statewide Democrat candidate for office in the general election in Kentucky history. That's an interesting bit of trivia. Unfortunately, I don't think he'll actually win the race. Kentucky is a pretty red state, but still, nice bit of history breaking nonetheless. Republican primary for Louisville mayor. Not seeming very competitive as of now. We'll see. It's been close in the late polls, hasn't it? Between her and Oz. I am very curious. I don't know. The polls have it real close. I mean, conventional wisdom would tell you Oz. Trump endorsed him. He has plenty of money. And Barnett hasn't spent much, but I following the 2018 primaries, I know for a fact upsets can happen. So, in 2018, if Barnett wins tonight, the closest equivalent from 18 would be Andrew Gillum winning the Democratic primary for Florida governor. No one saw that one coming. The polls didn't even see that one coming. So, I'm interested to see who does win. Frankly, I don't know much about her. Honestly, I'm not even sure who would be the stronger candidate because Oz, I mean, obviously has name recognition, but I wonder how many people, when they go into the voting booth, they're like, all right, we're going to vote for Dr. Oz. Of course, people did that with Donald Trump, so it's not like it hasn't happened before. I mean, Donald Trump won Pennsylvania, but I don't know. Just a difficulty with the seriousness of the candidate, I suppose. Plus, his record isn't the most conservative. But then again, Trump's wasn't either in 2016. So, I think it's a toss-up between her and Oz. I expect one of those two to win. Dem side, it's definitely not going to be as exciting. And everything going in says Fetterman's going to win. That's my prediction. It'd be very interesting if it's close. That'd be, more exciting to watch, I suppose. It closes at 8. 6 minutes until North Carolina closes. So hopefully things are about to pick up. I'm surprised this district is still at just 9%. I really thought it'd be higher at this point. Yeah, right now, I guess it's just a waiting game for more interesting results. DeSantis winning was definitely an upset. Though, frankly, I think the more surprising one was Nelson going down. I mean, Rick Scott certainly was a good candidate for the Republicans, and he had a lot of money. But Nelson's the only swing state Democrat that lost re-election that year. All the others won, by a lot. Even Sherrod Brown in Ohio, which usually is a tougher state for Democrats than Florida is. But Sherrod Brown won by 7 points, I think. And Bill Nelson lost by a hair. Well, I figured that. I mean, because I'm aware she was partnering with Doug Mastriano, who Trump endorsed in the governor primary, gubernatorial. So, I figured. I feel like this is a good time to admit that I'm on the left side of things, so I don't follow the Republican primaries as much as I follow the Democratic ones. I feel like it's important for me to admit that, to be fair and objective, and so my biases. Still try to follow them as much as I can, though. Yeah. I feel like that's a good way of saying it. I never really got what McCormick, I guess just a generic businessman, sort of normie Republican. The chat? Jack, can I see what? I can see you typing in the chat. If that's what you're asking. Hello, Jack. How are you doing today? Things are a little slow so far when it comes to primary results. Hopefully you'll pick up in the next few minutes once North Carolina closes. Glad to hear. Did you go vote today then? I'm in Indiana, so we did that a couple weeks ago. Well, good luck to whoever you voted for. Hope they win. Yeah, it closes at 7:30. I saw that. It's okay. We all make mistakes. Well, yes. I don't think anyone's doubting that. He's already won the primary. It's already been called, and it's a pretty big favorite in the general election. I think we'd be in a bizarre world if Rand Paul didn't win, considering the midterm environment. I mean, in any normal year, a Republican losing a Senate race in Kentucky would be a little weird. According to my clock, it is 7:30 now, so North Carolina has closed, so should get results in hopefully the next few minutes. In the meantime, this one race in Kentucky I consider a key race. It's not moving. It's stuck at 9%. I mean, I don't think the outcome's in doubt. McGarvey is a pretty heavy favorite, but he's got a pretty big lead. I just don't know why it's so stuck. Oh. I see a gajillion retracted messages. Any particular reason? Let's see, anything in North Carolina? Not yet. No. Nothing in yet. I wonder if I can get Twitter to get me to a more general primary page. Trending tab, whatever it's called. Just Kentucky and Charles Booker trending. Didn't mean to click that. I'll agree with that, Daniel. Kentucky polls do close too early. Same in Indiana. Trying to get the monitor built but failed. Well, I'm not sure if... I don't know if we have enough information to say he failed. I'm more in the camp that I'm not sure how much of a moderate vote there was to get in the first place. I think Ted Budd wins NC, Kathy Barnett wins PA for Senate. I feel like that's a pretty safe bet. Well, Ted Budd's a pretty safe bet. Trump endorsed. I feel like he's had a pretty decent advantage in that race. Barnett, it's definitely a very close call between her and Oz. I'm very curious to see that one. I feel like that one's going to be one of the closest races of the night. That and Schrader versus Jamie McLeod Skinner. I think I got the name right. That race later on tonight. I think those are going to be like the closest contests. Oh, a lot of political hopes get dashed every primary night, election night. I can't imagine running a campaign, doing all the stuff for it. I mean, really, you tour the state, you do all these phone calls to raise money, so many meetings with people, so much staff, so much, and you have to really believe in yourself, even in the long shot races. And then the night comes and you lose. I really do wonder how people could take those losses. So many of them happen. Oh, well, we have our first results. Weirdly, in the Dem primary only so far, but Cherry Beasley at 85% in North Carolina. That was not a surprise. Not a surprise at all. But notable that we have something in Alamance County. And once again, only on the Democratic side. I'll take a look at the House races to see if there's anything in on any of these. Doesn't seem to be. Wonder what the reason is that sometimes results get reported in one race. And one race only. You'd think they'd all come at the same time. I mean, to my knowledge, I thought that was the case in every primary. Democrats and Republicans vote on their own ballot. At least that's how it is here in Indiana. Now here we have some Republican results. Not much in, but Ted Budd, 48.7. Pretty big lead over Mark Walker. And Pat McCrory is pretty distant, but of course these are very early results, though I'll say this is kind of what I was expecting to happen. And let me enter this into the text that's scrolling. In Kentucky? Oh, hey. The percentage climbed up, but the number is, percentage-wise, is identical. It's actually kind of funny. I would have expected, like, a little movement. Still nothing on the House results. And now the knight becomes active. They probably won't. I mean, I feel like it'll be close because North Carolina is not the most elastic state. I mean, I guess it was a landslide in 2010, but we've gotten a lot more polarized since 2010. But I don't see Democrats winning this contest, especially Cherry Beasley. Like, she lost. Her race was the closest, sure, but it doesn't really mean anything. She lost in 2020. I don't see how she can win this year. It's just not very realistic. McCrory took second. That's interesting. Are you watching Politico or something else? I don't know why North Carolina's results aren't trending. I guess the only reason Kentucky was is because I live pretty close. Decision desk. Sometimes they do have a pretty big advantage when it comes to vote results. I'm on their page. Can't say this is the cleanest layout. Except this, I think, will be better. Okay. Don't know if I can do that on stream. Politico really is far behind if you're right. And they haven't. It's sort of like Florida, but it doesn't get as much hate, from Democrats, because Florida's probably been better for them. North Carolina is just not. They haven't won anything really since 08. At least Florida, they've won some, it's been a little more recent. It was 2012. But yeah, I'm going to have to make this invisible while I get a login here. So I have used this site before. Let's see if I remember my information. Let me try and get... Okay, North Carolina. Wait, this is laid out a bit weird. There we go. Yeah, that's a lot more in. Alright. Thanks. Let me get it back up here. I don't think it would be. Man, that would have made the Trump's win in 2020 even more of an upset than it already was. I would say that. But I don't think it'd be seen as, you know, this big Republican state. I feel like Democrats just... I think the reason that Democrats have such a hate for Florida is because it's always, you know, it's got more electoral votes. It's always really close. You're always watching. It always matters a lot. And then you lose it by 0.2% every single time. And that annoys people. And I think that's how you got the reputation there. It looks like Beasley's been called the winner. It's not a surprise. So now we got some typing to do. Results haven't changed much, though. Why do we gotta skip to the 11th? I get it. That's actually a very, very interesting result there. Chuck Edwards is currently up well over 11 points over Madison Cawthorn with 55% in. He's in danger. I will say, I think getting rid of the others, because doing that kind of math on the fly is just not going to be realistic. If I have to do the math for the others candidates every single time, this is going to take way too long. With updating the... Why can't I... Sometimes I'm an idiot. The banner. The text that's scrolling. I mean, the thing with him is he's kind of a wacko. I mean, I will say I feel like the thing that got him into this trouble, everything that's come out since has made it feel like it's more likely to be true. The Congress having a bunch of orgies. But it definitely isn't great with his brand to where he's, you know, this masculine, you know, conservative, you know, who's, you know, not, and all this stuff comes out of him, you know, wearing, you know, feminine clothing. Like, there's hypocrisy there. And that's why I think he's in trouble tonight. sorry if me updating the results on the bottom is slow. I'm trying to get better about doing it faster as we do more and more of these streams. Now this one I was watching, Davis has a pretty big lead right now. Which, honestly, I wasn't expecting. Yeah, I did. I signed in with Google. I mean, I've used this site before. It's not the first time. It's just been a while. Now I'm remembering the one thing I don't like about it. So they don't show nearly as many contests. They only show some of them. It's like I'm trying to get, North Carolina 4 on the Democratic side. And they don't have North Carolina 4. So for that, I'm going to have to rely on Politico. It's like they've called Ted Budd, and I fully agree with that call. Looks like we're going to have to go back to Politico for the rest of these results. Man, they're so far behind. Still called Ted Budd, though. It's the winner. McCrory has one county under his belt. A single county. Well, we'll see. I'm a little surprised he's in second. I would have expected that to be Mark Walker. But alright. Damn. They're really far behind. Yeah. Urban's where you'd expect, I was going to say more moderate, but Macquarie really isn't moderate. I don't know. Were any of those candidates moderate? I don't know. That had to have been quite a long time ago, though, right? Because didn't he get elected as governor in 2012? Crazy to think it's already been so long since 2012. I saw. 13th. If I remember, this is a competitive district in November. And it's wide open on both sides. And Politico actually has a decent number of results for this one. Alright, well, finally got at least some results filled in for each and every one of the races that is closed. 4 minutes before the next race is closed. I need to pick up the pace. In the meantime, anything on Twitter regarding these results? I don't see anything. Okay, how about this account? This account usually tweets out stuff. Yeah. Oh, a lot of projections here. So I'll read through these for a minute here. Election rules matter. If NC's primary runoff were 50% or even 40%, Cawthorn would be the underdog. Since it's just 30, there's a slight favorite. Ted Budd projected as a winner. Josh Jackson. Yeah, that did forget that the runoff number is 30% in North Carolina. What a weird rule. Why 30? That doesn't surprise me, considering he was endorsed by Trump, that he was part of the sedition caucus. And say we're at the point to where we're gonna have some more calls here, because Don Davis is a surprisingly big. I thought that was going to be more competitive, to be honest. I'll wait on official calls until they're officially called by, say, the AP believe that's what most of them. Okay, I'll try that. District 3, District 7. Wonder why it's like that. I wish it was just a straight up list. It'd be easier that way. Oh, and it is 8:02 p.m., so Pennsylvania is now closed. So things should be getting pretty exciting. At least as exciting as election coverage can be. Well, honestly, I did expect some closer contests in a lot of these races. Let's say the biggest surprise so far is Chuck Edwards having a pretty significant lead over Madison Cawthorn. And at 37.85%, that's well above what's needed to clear a runoff. So, he's in pretty big danger. I expected this district to be closer. Don Davis. Didn't think he'd win by that damn much. I mean, it isn't over yet, but it's a pretty hard thing to overcome there. You know, a lot of candidates have pretty considerable leads in the races I was watching. Say right now, the closest contest is District 1 for the Republicans. Sandy Smith, 34.9%. 6-point lead currently, but 30% to avoid a runoff. That's 50% in, so that one could end up going to a runoff between two people named Sandy. Always fun when that happens. Let's take a look at Pennsylvania, and hey, we actually have results in. How unexpected. So the GOP primary for governor, Melissa Hart is in the lead. I don't think anyone had her on the radar. Doubt this holds. Really doubt this holds. Yeah, on the Senate, McCormick. Seems like his moderate brand appealed somewhere. Unsurprisingly, that somewhere would be Allegheny County. And Fetterman at 57%, to Lamb's 39.7% in Allegheny's early returns. Which I would say is pretty bad for Connor Lamb, because this is around where his district is, isn't it? Allegheny was a pretty big part, at least in that special election, which I definitely remember following that as it happened. So yeah, if Lamb isn't ahead in Allegheny, I don't know where he would be ahead. Maybe some red counties, but looking pretty bleak for him early on. Unsurprisingly, of course. And these lieutenant contests, which Rick Saccone's running for something? I didn't expect to see that name. And of course he's behind. Yeah. Very interesting early returns in Pennsylvania. We'll see if any of those hold. And hey, we even have something here now. Going to decision desk. Do we have anything? No. Let me refresh. No. Well, decision desk has the North Carolina advantage. Politico has the Pennsylvania advantage. Now let's start entering these in. These really are unexpected. Anyone in the chat know anything about this Melissa Hart person? I sure don't, man. Yes, I doubt this holds. Yeah, I don't even have her listed in my candidate list. Yeah, very early returns. It's just Allegheny County, and it's just 19% of Allegheny County, so very, very early returns. And definitely not what I expected. I'll keep an eye on it, see if Melissa Hart... That'd be even more surprising than Kathy Barnett winning. Melissa Hart coming out of nowhere to win. Like, literally out of nowhere. I was having a look at the different districts. That's how I was looking at those results. Trump might. I don't know. it would be interesting. I would be very much entertained if Melissa Hart pulled off upset of the century. No one knows anything about her. Well, she won. There. Nope, we just got something more in. And most of what came in seemed to have went for Kenyatta in this primary, so I'm assuming. Yeah, Philadelphia. So Kenyatta's home base, so makes sense that that's what came in. McCormick's still in the lead. We'll see. I expect that to change once we get more of the rural counties. Yeah. Currently, he's behind by like 10 points. Not looking good for him. Melissa Hart's still up there. Very, very surprisingly. Now let's get to the House results. Here's one I've been curious about. Steve Irwin versus Summer Lee. Currently, Irwin has a pretty big lead. Definitely not a great start for progressives tonight on the Democratic side. And Deluzio has a pretty big lead in 17. I believe this one's going to be competitive in November. So that one's important to watch. Coder is up there. I don't have her in my list. Are there any other districts that have anything coming in? No, not even Pennsylvania 1. So we might have something there. Meanwhile, back in Kentucky, there is so little movement with this particular race. Oh, I haven't been on in a minute. Let me look now. It has results now, but it seems pretty even with what's on Politico. It might be a little different, but Melissa Hartz. It makes sense. I'm just still surprising, because usually there's a name that you don't see. Usually they don't get a whole lot of votes. I think we can pretty safely stop following this. I think that's pretty safe to say. These house races. Still not a lot in here on Politico. North Carolina. It should be more on here when it comes to North Carolina. Indeed. Maybe 27. 2721, yeah. Andy Smith at 35%. Needs to stay above 30 to avoid a runoff. A little over half for the vote in that contest. It's probably the most interesting result we had in Tory. We actually have a decent amount of stuff coming in for it anyway. Meanwhile, these results are interesting, I'll say that. I mean, the biggest takeaway I can say is R.I.P. Connor Lamb. I mean, if he ain't even winning in Allegheny and Washington, if he ain't winning here, he ain't winning anywhere. So it's pretty early on, but I feel kind of comfortable in saying that Fetterman's already got that one. keep an eye on it, but I'll give Fetterman the check mark. No, there's not a whole lot in, but that's literally Connor Lamb's district. Like Kenyatta. If she wasn't winning in Philadelphia, she wouldn't be winning. Is this she? I haven't followed. They. I'll use they. They haven't, if they didn't win here, they weren't going to win anywhere. Kenyatta is winning their home base. Connor Lamb ain't. Connor Lamb ain't. So, and of course, he's getting stronger second place showings than Kenyatta is across the state. But I don't think that's going to matter. You need to win counties in order to win a race. I'm just waiting for the rural stuff to come in when it comes to this contest. Say if this holds, that'd be surprising. Bill McSwain, I don't think anyone saw him winning coming. And again, maybe all those bucks he poured in really made a difference. First time on election day precincts offer some fragmentary but real hope for Madison Cawthorn, who still trails by 11 points in the count of mainly early votes. He's faring 14 points better in the election day than he did in the early from the same counties. Interesting. Kentucky seat still refuses to update. Looking decision desk. He's scanned a little bit, but I don't know. That election day is really going to have to continue being pretty good for him. He's going to hold. I do wish there would be a trending tab for these election results. All I'm getting is the Kentucky trending tab. I'll try this. getting some stuff. Well, it seems that a little more is coming in Pennsylvania, and McSwain seems to be in the lead still when it comes to these rural counties. And in the Senate, same is true of McCormick. Wonder if it's early votes. That might be the case. But I thought Pennsylvania was election day first. Well, it looks like Davis was called the official winner. So he gets a check mark. I'm going to change the race here. Look at the list of ones that I am watching. I'll change it to 4. And they're calling that one too. Well, I guess I have been slacking here. And this one's been called as well. Focus turns to Pennsylvania. At least on the Democratic side. How about the GOP races? Still watching the 1st district. As the lead has gone down a bit. Smith is now at 33%. Just barely above the runoff number. Sandy Robertson not far behind at 28%. And that's 74% of the vote in, so it's getting up there. I don't know why I changed it to that one. I want to look at 13. That's what I want to look at. And Bohines is in the same situation, just barely above the number needed to avoid a runoff. With that logged in, I think I'm going to take a short break here. I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Alright, I'm back. And hopefully I didn't miss too much excitement with the results. Let's get back to it. Starting with North Carolina, Bo Hines still in the lead in the 13th district on the GOP side. It's actually gained a bit since I left. And there's now 85% in, so I'd say it's starting to look kind of decent for him. Let me update this here. Credit to North Carolina, at least with Decision Desk having fast counting. Let's go to Madison Cawthorn. Currently his opponent is at 36%. Well, 36.5. If you round up, it's 37, which I do round up. So that's a pretty significant lead with 74% of the district reporting. Now let's look at District 1. Sandy Smith continues to have a lead in this contest. Not much has really changed, though, since I was gone. So now I think we need to start looking more at Pennsylvania. Hopefully, results have started coming in a bit more. Not that much, and they're still very much unexpected. Melissa Hart at least has gone down quite a bit, but Edwards' lead over Cawthorn narrows. Edwards might be the slight favorite. As expected, Cawthorn is doing significantly better with Idaho. He is not doing quite well enough to be on pace to overtake Edwards' lead. Still too early to say definitive. Not much what's going on in Pennsylvania from Washerman. Unfortunately, I'm curious about analysis. These early results are very unexpected. And 6.4 on Politico, 7 on Decision Desk. Pretty much even, and I feel more comfortable using Politico, so I'll use it for now. And I'll update the numbers. Seems that Melissa Hart has fallen out of the top 4 anyway. I'm going to get more of the candidates on this one, which I kind of want. Okay, I was just curious where Corman is. I think I'm gonna be taking them out of this list. They're only at like 5%. No, not the Wizard of Oz. A long time since I've seen that movie. No, the Dr. Oz, the one on the televisions. Those old fangled things. No one uses those anymore. No one. It's all about the laptops. Sorry, that was cringe. Very cringe. And at least the Senate's looking a little closer to what you would expect. Still, McCormick being in the lead. Really not what I was expecting. Now let's see if we have any more house numbers. Yeah, this is what I expected. I put it on the list just out of curiosity, considering Fitzpatrick is one of the most moderate House Republicans, but yeah, as expected, he's not in any real danger tonight. Nothing in the 7th district, or the 6th, or the 8th, or the 9th, or the 10th. Not really anything more. In 12, results coming in kinda slow. Yeah, it was. I mean, we don't have much of the vote in, so it's a little early to say if that turned out to be false. I mean, pretty much everyone expected it to be between Oz and Barnett. And right now, McCormick is pretty far ahead of both of them. But only 7% of the vote is in, so I expect that to change as more election day and rural stuff comes in. The McCormick number is definitely way lower in the rural counties compared to, say, Philadelphia. Well, actually, not as much as you'd think. My only guess is that this is early vote or something. This is not what I expected to see at all. I wanted someone, on Twitter to give interesting analysis. I'm not really seeing any. This is kind of what I was looking for here. yeah, it's all male in Pennsylvania, apparently. So, not really representative of what things are going to look like later. This Democratic primary, though, I feel like this is pretty representative of what the final's going to be. Yeah, there isn't a single county that Lamb is winning right now, which is a pretty bad sign. You go through all these rurals, and Fetterman's dominating here. Allegheny, which is where Lamb's district was, that is where you'd expect him to perform the best. You'd expect if he's going to win a county, it's going to be Allegheny. And he isn't winning. He's doing better, but he's still in second. And that's the case with all these counties that are around where his district is. Philadelphia, not really winning there, because that's Kenyeta's home base. Yeah, suburbs are better for Lamb than these rural areas are, but pretty bad results for him. I mean, like I said, it's not unexpected. Pretty much everyone expected this was Fetterman's race to lose, and currently he's doing what we expected. I'm just a little surprised that Lamb isn't doing better in his own district. I figured he'd win it. Right now we're just waiting for the election day stuff to come in to get a better sense of the Republican race. I think it's notable that Barnett is like 4 points behind Oz in these numbers currently. And this is the mail vote. And if we're going by, election day being the more conservative vote, you'd expect Barnett to do a bit better in that compared to Oz. But that's just speculation. Yeah. Stop the count, or... Gotta love all this electability talk. Any of the Republicans, I'd say most of them have a pretty equal chance compared to each other. Same on the Democratic side. Politics is so polarized these days that I don't think it really matters that much. Nice to see that this race finally has some more percentage points in. And I'm surprised it isn't called. I'll call it. I mean, shit. 65% of the vote in, and it's a 2-1 advantage. Like, come on. Pretty much looks like Kentucky's mainly done, and not really any surprises here. The incumbents on the Republican side are the more interesting. I'll say this is close, but this is a pretty solidly Democratic district, so the winner of this is getting sent to die against McGarvey. So Guthrie easily winning. And Clinderman set to lose to him. Yeah, we're pretty much done with Kentucky, which I'm happy to say. One last thing that I need to focus on. Surprise, this ran out of memory. You'd think 16 gigabytes would be enough to handle Google Chrome. You would think. Yeah. Still not much changing in these returns. I'm also going to go to this. I have this tab open. We could take a brief look. Rand Paul at 86.7%, no surprise there. Massive lead against the small number of challengers he has. And it's pretty consistent across the entire state. And Booker, same story. Massive win. Not obviously as big as Paul's, but this isn't an incumbent. So there are a couple counties they've lost. But the real factor is he's going to lose to Rand Paul in November, so poor him. I'm going to take another look at North Carolina's House numbers, because we are definitely far closer to complete with some of them. And it's closed a bit between Edwards and Cawthorn. Because now Edwards is at 35.87, Cawthorn's at 30.41. So a little under 6 points. It's getting closer. It'd be very interesting to see him lose so early into his congressional career, too. And let's see, 01 still largely the same as it was the last time I looked at it, but the percent is now at 89. So getting real close to complete, and Sandy Smith's still holding above 30%. Not by much, but it's getting to the point to where it's going to be hard to lose 3 percentage points to the other candidates. So I'd say it's starting to look pretty good for her, assuming it's a her. Yeah. Gonna check on the 13th district now. And similar story to the first. Once again, just like last time. Not really any changes in the numbers, just that slightly higher percentage in. A lot more calls on the Democratic side, that's for sure. Pretty much every one of the races I was watching in North Carolina is already done. So now it's just watching Pennsylvania and seeing if we get any more intrigue here. So why don't we check in? Well, it's looking a bit more like expected. More of that E-Day coming in. Fetterman's been called the winner, which is no surprise. Really would like just a nice trending tab to where I could get pretty much everything going on. Oh, here we go. And yeah, whole barrage of Fetterman winning. Yeah, this shouldn't be any surprise, but I am recording the networks. And if they do coverage of tonight, which I'm pretty sure CNN did, because when it was on the guide, it said election for what I was recording, so I'm pretty sure CNN's doing it. Not sure about the others. But, yeah, I've got the recording on the DVR, and I plan to upload those soon. Once again, assuming there is coverage to upload. There isn't always. But yeah, back to the results. I'll update these, and frankly, not much has come in. I mean, the percentages are more along the lines of what is expected, especially in the governor's race. So now Mastriano and McSwain are pretty much neck and neck, and Bartlett is not far behind. And that's the Senate race. And yeah, it's McCormick's still ahead, but not by nearly as much. Now for the house contests. Wasn't much in last time. Doesn't seem like there's likely to be much more in this time. And the house results, not much is really coming in. Do I have PA07 in the list though? This is new, so at least I have something to put in. Scheller has a pretty good lead early, but not a big enough lead to think this is over. We're pretty much caught up when it comes to the... now I remember the ticker. That's what it's usually called, isn't it? That is a notable bit of history. He ran for the Senate in 2016, but lost in the primary. And this time he wins. We'll see about that. At least we have this page up now to follow the continuing results. Now they are watching a different race than me. I'm guessing the AP results are what they're seeing. Yeah. Is this from Fetterman's headquarters? I'll take a look at this real quick.
Of course, he had a health scare just yesterday. A small stroke. He had surgery today, probably a pacemaker. His doctor says operation was successful. Should be back on his feet and on the campaign trail. Of course, he had a health scare just yesterday.
I will try to carry victory speeches if I can, but I don't know if we're going to be able to find any. Oh, looks like something happened in Pennsylvania. Yep, Mastriano is now in the lead, which is in line with what was expected. I feel like most people are pretty comfortable saying he's going to win this contest. The Senate one is the one that's more in doubt. But yeah, he's in the lead. Not a big lead, but I have a feeling it'll get bigger. Not much really changing on the Senate side, though. Still pretty much the same as it was when it was 9% reporting. Another look at the House contests. 7th is pretty much the same as it was before. I'll take a look and see the 17th. But yeah, pretty much the same. I mean, a little more is coming, but not much. And we still got 2 hours to go before all these states close. So it really is just a waiting game for the final results in North Carolina and the rest of the results in Pennsylvania. It's getting pretty hard to say here that Cawthorn has a chance. So we're 95% in, and that's over 2,000 vote difference. Coming down to the wire, but I think he's toast. And I'm a little surprised this one has a, well, I guess the runoff rule. Yeah. I mean, really, we're just waiting for a call in North Carolina in those 2 contests because, frankly, I think it's over. Alright, let's take another look at Pennsylvania. More numbers are in. Ever so slightly, but it did tick up 1%. And Mastriano's lead has expanded quite a bit from that 1%. Just saw the number tick up a little bit in real time, but no real change. Except, I think McSwain just fell to 19%. Go to the Senate race now, which is at 13%. And it's changing a lot less than the governor's race. I mean, changes are happening, but McCormick still has the lead, which is honestly pretty surprising to me. It's coming in fast now. Not much change there. And Barletta has overtaken McSwain. That's new. And the House contests still not really changing a whole lot. Steve Irwin still with a pretty big lead over Summer Lee. This has gotten closer. Pennsylvania 7, Scheller. It's Deliker. Fun names, honestly. Huh. Just realized that one of the races I had was apparently unopposed. Wonder how that happened. Shows you how updated this list is. Try and be more I'll try and be more proactive in making sure the list is accurate for next week. Well, I guess that's a cue to look back at Mass and Cawthorn. Still largely the same. Don't think the percentage actually changed. Actually, I think it did. Yeah. It's now a 2-point race. It's getting really, really close. And yeah, I feel like that's a pretty safe call. Let's just close the bid on McCormick. Barnett's still a distant third. I will quickly check in to see how Rick Saccone is doing. Way less voting on this contest, and in the vote that's in, he ain't doing very hot. Austin Davis is pretty clearly the winner on the Democratic side. That ain't close at all. This one, I mean, we'll see. So hearing from Madison Cawthorn in about 8 minutes. Oh Lord, a businessman. Oh, I just realized there's no way Cawthorn's going to concede tonight. There's no way. Look how close it is. A little bit of political news. Alright, I'll check in on this race again. The percentage estimated in has actually went down. That's unexpected. And good news for Madison Cawthorn, to be honest. Considering the rate he was gaining, he may actually pull this out after all. I think that is kind of aggressive. I still think it's a toss-up. Maybe tilt Democratic, but that's a bit much. I'll save that for a midterm video. Curious what's going on in Politico in the North Carolina House races. Haven't really looked. Their percentage is even higher, which is a little surprising to me. To Pennsylvania, seems like a bit more of the vote has come in. And it hasn't really changed that much. Oz has gained a bit. But McCormick surprisingly still leads. Really didn't think he'd still be in the lead. Bit more is in on this contest. It's looking pretty good for Steve Irwin. Oh, I picked a good time because a lot of it just came in. Still looking pretty good for him. Still with a notable lead, but it is closer. About 11 points, with about half of the vote in. We're at 30%. And McCormick still is ahead. Very, very surprisingly. He actually gained a bit compared to the last update. big update here too. Now I'm going to call this one for Deluzio. Half of the vote in, that big of a lead, that ain't changing. I'm a little surprised this isn't called yet. You know, this is back to 95% again. And 13th. Still about the same. So the vote has gone down in the 13th. Wonder what that's about. That's a little. I wonder why that one was deleted. Guess I'll pull this up. Usually they talk and analyze as the results come in. Well, this race looks like it's shaping up to be a close one. Lisa Scheller versus Kevin Bellicker. Not sure about the wings of the party that either are in, but currently Scheller is in the lead. Yeah, he was supposed to speak at 9:30, and I haven't seen anything on that. I will say this is risky to say. I will say with half of the vote in this Pennsylvania Senate contest, it hasn't really been moving much. And honestly, I'm a little surprised at how well McCormick is doing. I would have expected the votes to be coming in to more heavily favor Oz than they are. Now, of course, doesn't mean he's gonna win. It's really close between him and Oz, but it's starting to look pretty difficult for Barnett, in my eye. I mean, she really needs some upward movement. He really needs to close in a bit. That hasn't really been happening. Fetterman. I'm supporting Fetterman. To my knowledge, he's mainly just a snake oil salesman from TV that has a bit of an authenticity problem. And his positions on the issues over the years have been all over the place. So, seems a bit ungenuine to me. I can see why Trump endorsed him, though, because Trump sort of had that same thing with him back when he first ran. Because he also had a history of having very liberal views. And of course, he governs pretty much like any normal conservative, so don't know enough about her. Honestly. I've heard supposedly she's the most crazy kooky, but I haven't really seen many examples. So I still need to learn more about her, but I also don't know much in Ohio. Not really anybody. I don't really like Tim Ryan. I mean, I prefer him over Vance, but I don't like either of them. So I am continually surprised by how little movement there is. In Ohio, I think Vance. In Pennsylvania, it's close. And the PAGOP, at the start of the night, I would have said toss-up between Oz and Barnett. With the way the results are going, now it's a toss-up between him and McCormick, and I'm kind of giving the edge to McCormick. It might be an upset for him, because numbers keep coming in, and it's stayed pretty static at 32, 30, 23. It's been like that for quite a while. Oh, what I think of Colin Lamb? I really don't like him. Impressive win he got back in 2018, but his electoral record since has been pretty mediocre. And he's governed as a pretty conservative Democrat, and he ran a pretty miserable campaign for the Senate. Well, this is a pretty big result from Decision Desk, and I do consider them reputable. My least favorite Democrat? Oh, that's hard. It's really hard. There's a lot I'm not really a fan of. Of course, Manchin and Sinema are like the easy picks. But Kuehler, Schrader, I mean, it's pretty hard to pick between any of those. I mean, I'd probably say Sinema, just because she has this weird joy she takes in the way she does things that make her especially irksome. But policy-wise, she's pretty much the same as the others I listed. Tough. I really like Sanders. Of the squad members, either Tlaib or Omar. Well, I haven't said it. I haven't really discussed my politics. I mean, the whole time I've really just been uploading election stuff, and I figured it was probably better to not say them. Because, there's a risk that people who disagree with my politics will get angry and, unsubscribe and all that stuff. But for this sort of thing, I feel I kind of have to answer these questions since I'm covering these results. I have to give my biases. Plus, it's kind of fun to share, It's part of why I was both nervous and excited. Excited to share my politics and have everyone hear my voice. And nervous for the exact same things. In addition to, I don't know how well of a job I'm going to do because I haven't done this thing in 4 years. I was on a different channel. Yeah. Was the best Republican? I mean, probably McCormick. It's the least bad. But I don't like any of them. Yeah, this is staying very static. Oz is starting to finally gain some favorite proof. FDR or LBJ? There haven't been a lot of good presidents, though. Even those two have some pretty big issues with them. That's a hard question because I hate a lot of them, but probably the worst would be Andrew Jackson for the Trail of Tears. What you can do in particular? That's a pretty good case for it, I'd say. I mean, you can make a good case for a lot of presidents, but for me, Trail of Tears is probably the worst thing any sitting president had happen. You know, actively did. But there's plenty of evil in America's history, and plenty of terrible presidents. So there's a lot of pretty fair picks for it. The last good Republican president. The name's slipping me, but probably the one that has that famous quote about the military-industrial complex. Yeah, Eisenhower. Don't know why I forgot that name. Yep. Back when such a thing existed. That was before the parties kind of did their switcheroo. Yeah. And even those two aren't that liberal. I mean, Baker's gone this year, isn't he? He's termed out, or is it that he isn't running for re-election? Yeah, I thought so. Well, this race actually got close. I wouldn't say forced. He had a choice. Already put that in the ticker, and I mean, I don't know enough about who's replacing him to really say anything on that. I mean, Cawthorn was definitely not a great member of Congress. He was a nut job. And the scandals he got himself in, though, honestly, they were kind of funny. Mentions Congress having orgies, and then the whole cavalry goes after him. Which, personally, I think that's a pretty compelling case for him not lying about that. Yeah, Tillis. Still annoyed he won re-election in 2020. North Carolina has not been nice to Democrats. Better note for me personally, Summer Lee's closing in on Steve Irwin in Pennsylvania 12. Progressives haven't really had a good results so far. Fetterman's the only winner, and we have a number of losses. But Lee might be able to take this. This was a pretty big lead earlier. The way things are going in this country, wouldn't be that surprising. America is in desperate need of more parties. The first past the post system makes that pretty impossible, and of course the two parties don't want to lose any power. So that's another reason that's unlikely to happen. This still isn't moving much. That's honestly surprising to me. Figured on the time of the Trump endorsement and McCormick just sort of existing, that Oz would win. Probably Putin. Yeah, that's the easy answer right now, considering what's happening in Ukraine. Yeah, that's sort of what I was talking about with him. Trump was just about as bad as George W. Bush. For most of his presidency, I would have said Bush was actually worse. But then Trump kind of tried to overthrow the election. Didn't really do a good job. But that, I think, pushed it over the edge for Trump being worse than Bush. W. Bush. No, just English for me. Wouldn't mind learning a second language, but the difficulty at doing it at this age is daunting. Well, I guess we're gonna find out. I mean, I doubt it'll be that much different. I mean, I'm a democratic socialist, but to the people who would unsubscribe because someone endorses socialism, they would also unsubscribe if someone endorsed democratic socialism, I think, anyway. It also depends on how many people even watch this. I'm not sure. I haven't really been looking at the viewer numbers. Mostly just paying attention to the results, which, at least on the Senate race, haven't been changing much. Slowly creeping up there. And McCormick still leads. And Kathy Barnett is pretty much out of this thing. Doesn't seem to be much updates in the House races. We'll say this one in the 7th district. That's a bit surprising with how close that one is. I guess we'll take a look at North Carolina for a moment. I haven't really focused on it recently. I'll look at Politico's results. So in the first, this is way behind the results in this. Yeah, this is like over 95%, it's saying. And here it's 46.5, 12,972, 12,972. But they're the same results. Interesting. So precautionary notes, I think I'll use the Politico number. So I've mostly been following a Decision Desk for the North Carolina results because they had a big lead in terms of numbers coming in. But these are the same numbers. I'm going to go with the Politico because I'm pretty sure this is the AP number. I'm pretty confident, though, in Decision Desk's North Carolina 11. Because this is also pretty high up here. North Carolina 13. That's at 83%. That's actually higher than the number I have now, so I'll go with that. And this is behind, this is still above the runoff number. Barber's closed in a lot, though, since the last time I looked at this race. The Democratic races I'll also look at. I think most of them are called, though. Actually, yeah, they're all called. So, no real need to. Anything exciting going on in Pennsylvania? Number went up, and it's pretty much identical percentage-wise. There could be a surprise loss for Trump here. Which, considering Mastriano, is winning the gubernatorial primary, it's interesting. I wonder if it's because the Trump, base vote is split between Oz and Barnett, and that's allowing McCormick to be in play tonight. Ooh, I got a good conspiracy for the GOP viewers here. All the talk about Barnett surging and all that, maybe that was manufactured by the McCormick people to give him a better chance of winning. I don't know how likely that is, but there's at least a little bit of a case for it, because we're at 79% and McCormick's dividing and conquering right now. Still a 1% lead, a 1.1. It's been a pretty consistent 1.1. Honestly, that's not that crazy. I could very much see that happening. I should look at the 12th district as well. Nothing's changed there. Slowly creeping up in that race. That one's close. Well, what are your politics? I guess I'll ask. I haven't been very good at asking questions myself, have I? Not much of a streamer. I've done it in a long time. YouTube, just recording videos is fairly moderate. Moderate Democrat, moderate Republican, or just totally between the two? So I imagine you're the type of person, if McCormick won this, you'd vote for him, but vote for Shapiro in the governor's race. Do you wonder how many split tickets there would be if he did manage to win? Really? I mean, good TV. That sounds like a parody name, but apparently that's official. That's actually very interesting that Madison would actually call and concede. Well, if nothing else, that does mean we have at least one incumbent who has gone down tonight, assuming that report is true. We're going to have to wait quite a while to see results on another incumbent. Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't either, considering the brand he's sort of built for himself. I do wonder how much of that is genuine, considering all the stuff that came out that sort of implied he might be gay or bi, which, of course, as a leftist, I don't give a shit. It's mainly just the hypocrisy of how he, was a pretty, anti-gay politician. I will say the electability thing, I'm not sure how much salience I put onto those sorts of arguments in general, because it's only really in extreme circumstances in which a candidate will lose because of that. You know, saying something crazy. I mean, Ron Johnson's my favorite example. That dude has won 2010, 2016, and will probably win this year, despite him probably being one of the most conservative members of the Senate. Trump bombed Congress. I don't think the military would have let that happen. But, you know, that would have been interesting. Not a good kind of interesting. Ooh. Well, isn't that interesting? I go to that real quick. Yep. That just got real close. Progressives might actually get a W tonight. Besides Fetterman. Don't know enough. I mean, better than Lamb. I'll say that. Better than Lamb. But Fetterman was my choice in that case. More consistently progressive. Plus, he definitely has a sort of brand that could win. Of course, it's a very tough year. But sort of brand that could actually win. And I'd be very happy to have Fetterman in the Senate. Right now, I'm happy to see this race is actually close. Hopefully, Summerlee can pull this one out. Meanwhile, this is not changing. apparently 10% more has come in. And if Oz wins, it's going to be a photo finish. I think the polls might have just been underestimating him, or maybe it was, the media sort of pushing Barnett late, as someone who was surging. I mean, it really is a mix of things, I think, because Barnett surges, gets a lot of, the Trump people that, Oz would have had. And all the money comes in late to sort of, go against her, and that, hurts her. I'm still in the mind that it's just the Trump people are divided between Oz and Barnett, and that is giving McCormick an opening here. And he might actually pull this thing off. I mean, Oz and Barnett, the Trumpy candidates, one endorsed by Trump and one who's very much tried to be a Trumpy candidate, they combined for well over 50% of the vote. And you go to the governor's race, and Mastriano is at 44.6. Well ahead of the more moderate candidates in this race. Well, that doesn't surprise me. I mean, I would say that the push that the parties like to make, I'm opposed to that, on principle. Super PACs and corporate dollars should not be involved in these sorts of things. It should be just money the candidates raise from the actual people in the state who are going to vote for them. Fetterman, that's interesting. Where's Philadelphia? Fetterman winning Philadelphia is actually surprising to me. And, of course, Conor Lamb losing in his home area as well. I mean, he ran a good race for the primary, and we'll see if he can win this thing. If there's any candidate, I think, who, could win, and you're like this, it's Fetterman. And big question as to who he's going to be up against. Because this is a close contest here. 8,000 votes. But it's been real static. If that happened, Lamb would have won. I mean, I don't think it would have been that close. Well, I don't know. It might have actually been really close between Lamb and Kenyatta, because the Fetterman people would be like, well, who do we go to now? But I still think Lamb wins in that scenario. I'll say, I wonder why it's saying 98%. Sands. That would have been a bigger upset than Barnett winning. Well, actually, not bad comparison. Bigger upset than Gillum's win in 18 in the primary. They got a different count than me. Why does this keep happening? I don't know how I'm running out of memory. I mean, is this site that much of a memory on? Let's see if we can get to the Pennsylvania race. We got some wildly different counts here. 77% with Irwin ahead. This with a very narrow lead for Lee. And then I guess this is New York, ABC News, which has a very, very narrow Irwin lead. No, that's outdated. Irwin took the lead. Well, it looks like we are going to have a photo finish. Unlikely. Oz definitely wouldn't. I don't think he cares that much. Barnett, better chance. I mean, if it's McCormick, maybe. But I doubt she'd want to aid in the election of Fetterman. If she ran as an independent, I guarantee that would happen. Or at least, it'd be a lot better chance. This is getting closer. We're going to have a few photo finishes here. I think this Senate primary could end up, if it continues in the slight direction it's going, still not a very aggressive direction, but alright, I need to actually see this here. I want to indicate who's in the lead here. So I guess I'll do this. Sure. In 2026, I mean, the margin kind of depends on who wins the presidential election in 24. I'd say if a Democrat wins in 24, it would be narrow. Like, it'd be a win, but it'd be like a 4-point or a 5-point win. If it's a Republican who wins in 24, I would say you might get a 7 or 8 point. Georgia's still a little too polarized. And it's also hard to say how much it'll move to the left in that time. It could definitely be more than that if Georgia continues moving to the left at a very fast rate. But I don't know if it's moving fast enough to, be capable of landslides in the Democratic direction, even if someone like NTG were the Republican nominee. The one bit he's in the lead. I think so. Oh, I did. I mentioned this near the beginning of the stream. To where. Well, actually, I don't know if it was near the beginning. The stream's been going on for a while now. Oh, yeah, I'll upload it. I will. I set it to record on the DVR. And I plan on uploading it. Not sure if MSNBC and Fox are doing the same thing. The reason I knew CNN was doing it is because on the guide it literally said election. Just election. Just kind of funny. MSNBC and Fox didn't say that, so I don't know how much they're covering this or not. But I do know CNN's covering it, and I do plan to upload that. Probably the next thing I'll do. But, I've been meaning to do this for a few weeks. I was originally going to start on the 3rd. And I finally got to doing a live stream of this. No intention of supporting globalists. Of all the insults you can come up with, that's the best you got? I am surprised that 538's talking like, oh, Oz is, the favorite here. I'm just not seeing anything that really says that. Because the vote percentages haven't really changed much from 50% to 97%. Is it really going to change that much in that last 3%? I doubt it. It's looking pretty likely that McCormick is going to win, which would be, I'd say, an upset. Trump's had a couple of defeats this primary season. This would probably be the biggest one. Because I'm sure Trump would have rather had Barnett over McCormick. But he issued "Don't vote for Barnett" instead of issuing a "Don't vote for McCormick," and that might have been a mistake, considering what we're seeing here. Now it's at 99%. And yeah, I ain't seeing what they're seeing. And that Dem race in PA12, Erwin Lee, that's a real photo finish. Like that. No clue who's gonna win that one until all of the votes are in. It's been long enough to where I look at the GOP races that are still uncalled in North Carolina. So I'll go in order. this has not changed much from the last time I looked at it. Yeah, pretty much the same. And then it's just the 13th I have on this list. This one's a little more interesting. It's actually kind of close, but looks like Heinz is a pretty significant favorite here. Favorite world leader. It's hard to pick because I don't really know of any I like. Like, the only one that's even kind of coming to mind is AMLO, the leader of Mexico, and even he has a lot of problems. So I'm not sure I'd even say that. I definitely don't like Macron. I really don't like Macron. Boris Johnson, ugh, it's terrible. So, Angela Merkel, I'm not really a fan of. Like, I can't really think of any that I like. Don't know enough. I don't know enough about them. And in 10 minutes, Oregon and Idaho close. So we'll have to start looking at those. That is very much worth note. Pennsylvania having an automatic recount within 0.5, and that could be triggered. So it is 0.6 currently. I think it actually might have fallen since that was said. Summerlee is ahead by the narrowest of margins. I guarantee there's a recount happening in that race. But recounts usually don't change anything, so as long as McCormick and Lee hold, they both should prevail. Actually, it's in 0.4, so it could very much go to a recount. So pretty much can't call that one. President. Oh God, look. It's Maduro, right? No, I don't like him, and I don't like the dude who pretends to be the president of Venezuela. They both suck. I suppose I prefer Maduro over that other guy, but man. That's all I can really say about that. Hitler, Stalin, or Mao? Probably Hitler. I mean, they're all pretty terrible people. But probably Hitler. Surprised I don't have the check mark on Edwards on this site, considering the concession and all. Well, there's no call here, so I won't make one of my own, since it is still close, but it does look like Scheller has pulled out. Apparently this was not supposed to be close, but it looks like Scheller won in the end anyway. Huh. More 1,730. More 1,7. Yeah, it's the same number. Just a different amount of vote expected in. Interesting turnout. Talk. Haven't seen a whole lot of that. The turnout on PA looks decent. Close to the number in 2018. Although both Gov Senate in 2018 were uncontested. So as primary states, you still have a significant statewide registration edge. It got closer. feel like I did say earlier that this would be one of the closest races of the night. Well, here's I was right, just not in the way I thought I'd be. We'll see. We've been going for about 4 years, I think. I mean, we're at 1,150, which I'm happy with. I mean, I've never really cared much about sub counts, like not that much. Trust me, I've been on YouTube for way longer than 4 years. This is not my only channel, and I'm used to no one watching me. You know, I've always made the content I make for myself primarily, and anyone who watches is just an added bonus. It's the mindset I've always had. So I don't know if we'll have 25k. That's a bit ambitious, but I feel like there's a good chance we're at, 5k or 3k even. I think those are more realistic to shoot for, and I'd be happy with those. Second Great Depression. I'd handle it not the same as FDR kind of did with what he got elected into. Pass big programs to help out Americans during what would be a pretty tough time. Take care of the healthcare, take care of, do temporary UBI until things are better. I sure as shit wouldn't bail on any of the corporations. Yeah, I would. I mean, on corporations, on the rich, and I had to try to keep any tax raises on middle class and lower class. If there has to be any raised, it'd be as minimal as possible. Well, it's 11 o'clock, 11:01, according to my laptop. So, Oregon and Idaho, we should start getting numbers soon in both of these states. Well, I mean, I do the same thing, really, that I just said. Uh, I'm not really sure about what sort of program will get people back to regular jobs. I mean, perhaps supporting unions and, raising wages and such would be, good. No. No, I mean, really, I don't know. As a citizen, I mean, I don't know how much there really is I could do. I don't. so wouldn't really make much of a difference. For my life, anyway. Suppose I could protest, but I don't exactly live in the best area for such a thing. Maybe go to Louisville or Cincinnati. Not planning to. I don't. I'm pretty young. This is interesting. Huh. Eh. It's not the first time I've imagined it. It'd be very nice. I'd like to think I wouldn't spend that much of it on myself. Can't really think of that many things that I'd want that could even come close to spending all that. Probably donate a lot of it to charity. I don't think I'd get involved in. I don't think I'd spend it in politics just because I'm, in principle, opposed to that. Let's take a look at Oregon, and oh boy. Oregon's going a bit faster than the other states. I guess that isn't that surprising considering male. So let's start filling these in. Hi, I do not know how to read that name out, considering the 3. T3 Cha. I tried. I guess I didn't try that hard, but I tried. Tickox. Alright. I'll try and remember that. Of course I do. Been pro-choice for quite some time. Early in, I'd say, is kind of the biggest Democratic race of the night. I mean, the Pennsylvania one's pretty big too, but expected but very devastating for a lot of people. Assuming, once the decision actually happens, which we have every reason to think it will, there's going to be a lot of states that are going to make it a lot harder for a lot of people to get abortions. And there are going to be a lot of people having children they do not want to have. This Republican race is pretty early, but it's really close. I know, right? It's crazy to think how time goes. In my head, the crazier thing is that there are going to be kids who grew up not knowing a world before COVID happened. Because things really have changed a lot. I mean, sure, there's been sort of a return to normal, but still very, very different. And going to school during COVID stuff, I can't imagine. And YouTube. Don't forget YouTube. I wouldn't be surprised if there are people who subscribe to me. They're that age, which is crazy. Well, I'll think about that. I don't really have any great cameras in the house currently. So any face reveal would kind of look shit. Plus also I'm not sure what circumstances would lead me to do that. Like in terms of streams, I've never been a fan of face cams. It just blocks needed information most of the time. Or means there's less space for what I consider more important. That's mainly for gaming stuff, less so, I suppose, for elections, but imagine it's not that different. I wouldn't be that concerned. I mean, if someone just decided to dox and only like my face, I think I'd have bigger problems. Like, there could be a lot worse, that, you know, than just my face. Yeah, that'd be a lot worse. I don't care for any of the candidates for governor in Oregon, to be honest. I don't know which counties these districts are. I'm not from Oregon. I just realized 84%, that's quite a high percentage for so early. Also for it to not be cold. Is that the only reason you don't want them to win? Because that's a... I consider that a pretty lame reason. Like I said, I don't really care for either of them. As an actual progressive, both of these candidates are not liberal enough. I don't like either of them because neither of them are liberal enough for me. So I got the complete opposite perspective. Ronald Reagan conservative, huh? Oh. As someone on the progressive side, it's always been pretty hard for me to discern between the different breeds of Republican. I feel like that's the case for bases of both parties. It's kind of hard to discern between the various different levels of ideology on the other side. I can very, very clearly define the ideologies on my side of the aisle, but it's pretty hard for me to do it on the other. Because they all seem so similar to me. You need to look at Idaho. Yeah, Idaho's starting to come in. A lot slower than Oregon, of course. Because Oregon has the mail voting. But still need to look at this. And there's no Democratic races I'm watching in Oregon. Surprise, surprise. I suppose then you're pretty happy about McCormick winning in Pennsylvania. Well, not a kid. I shouldn't say that, but he's leading, and most of the votes in. Well, the candidate Trump endorsed is Mehmet Oz, and Kathy Barnett is in third, and that was another Trumpy candidate. McCormick was the most not Trumpy, I suppose. But I'm not the best person to really discern that, like I said. These early results are good for the incumbents in Idaho. We'll see if that continues, because early results were good for Steve Irwin. And he is in some trouble right now against Summer Lee. Sure. I was about to go back to Oregon. This is the 6th district. I need to put the Republican one. So I was having issues because my Republican list, it would like kind of run out at Oregon 6. I suppose it was too long and the loop just awkwardly completed. It didn't show like it could show OR6 and then go right back to the beginning of the loop. So I really wanted to have this in the ticker I have at the bottom that you're seeing, but I couldn't find a way to do it. So I'm happy to show it here. Currently, candidate Mike Erickson, Portland's district. I wouldn't know. If I was to guess based on this where it looks like it is, I'd say the first. Which neither of these primaries really are competitive. Third, well, these are even less competitive than the first. Earl Blumenauer is pretty comfortably winning. I'm very surprised it hasn't been called. Why is Val Hoyle called but not Earl Blumenauer? Sometimes these can be very, very confusing to me. Yeah, he's the incumbent. And, oof. Be very interesting if this holded. This held. This massive lead McLeod Skinner has. Alright. Ticker should be updated fully now with the results you see. And I am curious about Idaho to see if any more has come in. It doesn't look like it has. Curious if anything else has come in here. Oh, no, but the percentage went down. I don't know why the percentage went down. It was at 99. And this is the same as last time I looked, so yeah. Not much change in the earlier closings. It's looking pretty good for Kotek right now. Honestly surprised it isn't being called, but if they're waiting, I'll wait. That is a pretty sizable lead at 60% in, supposedly. So 60% in. So I'd expect it to be 60% in. GOP race is a lot closer, though. This could go either way. Between Drazen and Tiernan. We'll take a look at some of the analysis to see if anything interesting has been said. Yeah, these are not surprising calls. Yeah, some Oregon results are coming in pretty quick. OR4 was not close. I honestly didn't expect it to be. So yeah, I'm mainly down to a few races now. We're still waiting in Idaho. Results are coming in pretty slowly so far. The incumbents, though, seem to be off to a pretty good start. George W. Bush? Oh, I think he was a terrible president. I mean, besides the typical conservative policy that every Republican president would pursue, he gave us the Iraq War, and he gave us Afghanistan, and he gave us all that. And I am very, very much anti-war. So, yeah, I kind of really hate him. That's the one thing that I think made him worse than Trump for most of Trump's tenure is not that Trump was any dove. Trump did a lot of aggressive things, but nothing that was equivalent to the Iraq War. But then he tried to overthrow the election, and that's a different story. Take a brief look back at North Carolina. Nothing really significant here. I was surprised. I don't know why the number changed here. They can't make up their minds, I guess. I guess I'll drop it down to 95%. Now, taking a look at this. And Lee continues to have a lead over Irwin. Skinner has quite the lead over Schrader. I mean, of course, the results can change. They would be far from the first time. It won't be the first time tonight where results have rapidly changed. But right now, looking pretty good for Skinner. Which, if Skinner wins and Lee wins, it's been a pretty decent night for progressives. And if both of them lose, it ends up being a pretty miserable night for progressives. A lot riding on these outcomes here. A quick look at OR6 since it isn't on the ticker. Erickson appears to have a pretty decent lead with 65.5% of the vote in. Not a big enough lead to where Noble could sweep by. Once again, the Irwin Lee race. But looking pretty good for Mike Erickson. Don't know which wing of the party he is. I'll probably try and figure that out after we, end the stream. But interesting. And these results are continuing to be pretty decent for the Republican incumbents in these contests. I mean, as results come in, the incumbent is losing points, but they have a pretty decent advantage in what we have in so far. So again, upsets happen. So we'll continue watching them. Oregon's Republican governor contest here. Looks like it's kind of opening up for Drazen. Well, actually, no, it's the same. Just looks like 5 points. But when you round, it's the same. But still, you got a 4-point advantage here. And a lot of vote in, but this one could definitely change. Interesting. Pierce doing well on Polk. Tiernan doing well on these. It's interesting. Tiernan's color is identical to Drazen's. Whoever made that decision should be fired. That is really dumb. Really dumb. Why does McQuiston get his own damn color? He ain't even in the top 4. Oh. And a race call for Bo Hines. That's pretty notable. Not exactly unexpected. He had the advantage. But that was a close contest. I will say, this is way more civil than I thought Cawthorn would be. Way more, considering the wing of the party he's associated himself with. But I'll give him some credit where it's due. He's being very civil in defeat tonight. I actually check to see if I need to update that contest. I haven't looked at that one in a moment. Oh yeah, I do. I haven't looked at North Carolina 1 in quite a while. But it's still undecided. Well, going back to Idaho, because I haven't been back here in a bit, and not much has really changed. My level's actually gone up a bit since last time. And in the house, Mike Simpson. Now, where is he compared to last time? He's gained. And last time he was at 61%. Now this race does seem closer than the governor, but not by much. Oh, when did this happen? Doesn't get much closer than that. Just 0.1% between the two. That's at least 2 photo finishes tonight. I knew that. Didn't really bring it up. I don't really find that extremely relevant. Unexpected, I suppose. But, I mean, the only place where he'd really get attacked for that is the GOP primary. If he did win this primary, it wouldn't really matter for the general. I mean, the Democrats aren't going to attack him for being Muslim. But we'll see if he wins the primary, because McCormick is currently leading still. It's gotten closer, but still leading. Has this changed since the last time I looked at it? Percentage in hasn't, but the margin did. It's closer. Wonder how long it's going to take for this Oregon race to come in. Because there are people saying that this is going to take quite a while to come in. That is a pretty notable advantage, though. I haven't seen quite enough just yet, considering the crazy swings we have seen. But he's probably right. Only a matter of minutes. It's been 44 minutes, and that has not happened. Has not happened. Bolsonaro. That's the conservative dude from Brazil. Ugh, I hate that guy. Isn't that the one where they ran out the more progressive person who was leading and arrested him? Yeah, I really hate Bolsonaro. Well, it's the same, I remember seeing, I think, he got cleared, and he's, the other guy, and he's running again, and I really hope he wins. Don't know why this is what it refreshed to. I missed a few of these. Palestine. I don't know if it's the worst U.S. alliance with a foreign country. I still think Saudi Arabia is more egregious. But Israel and their occupation of Palestine is pretty easy to say is evil. And the fact that we are very much officially supporting them in that effort is one of many stains in our country. And that would probably be the reason I'd say Omar and Tlaib over, say, Bowman or Cortez. Ocasio Cortez. Because they've had some votes that are more favorable to Israel than Tlaib and Omar. There is no such thing as a two-state solution. Israel will never agree to it. If they gave back all the land they stole, maybe, but they would never do that. These percentages, they just keep changing from 99 to 90 to 99 to 97. Make up your mind, Politico. Please. I don't understand. I mean, I guess with mail ballots, it's a little harder than it used to be, but come on. This is just sad. You can do better than that. I'd probably switch support to... I mean, in my heart, I would switch support to Palestine. In political reality, where we have a pretty unfortunate bipartisan majority in Israel's favor, I'd probably go neutral. But, you know, still leaning on Palestine's side. I mean, it's tough because he's definitely conservative. He got smeared as not being conservative, but he is conservative. But I think the biggest, most obvious reason is the fact that he lost a statewide race before. He's lost twice, actually. He lost in 08, and he lost in 16. 08, understandable. You know, because that was the year Obama won the state, where Kay Hagan won the Senate race. 16, though, when you're the only Republican losing, yeah, that's a big stain on your electability. Even in a year to where I don't think it actually mattered. I think McCrory would have won the race, but one of a small number of instances to where the GOP very much went electability over a conservative candidate, though they definitely steered him as not conservative anyway, but that's besides the point. That's why I think he lost. I was going to say, what the hell is CRF? Oh, Lord, critical race theory. Yeah, I heavily doubt that. I don't think any Republican supports that. Even the most moderate ones. Oh yeah, this page. I think I can safely close that one now. Because North Carolina is pretty much done. I think it's actually completely done now. Well, it seems like we got some new numbers in Oregon. Not much, though. Yeah, I will put the check mark on Selena. She has a pretty notable lead. I doubt that changes. I'm going to stay more cautious on the 5th district. Yeah, statewide hasn't really changed at all on the Republican side. I don't think it has. Yeah, pretty much the same as last time I looked. Oregon started fast, and I think we might be kind of done when it comes to them reporting. Well, it seems like most of the discussion kind of died a little bit there. No updates since 11:53 here. I'll look at Washington's page. We do have something. Taking a lead over moderate C. Irwin. 41.7, 41.2, with just about every precinct reporting. Unclear what other ballots could be left to count, still too close to call, but looking good for Lee. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I will say this take is kind of dumb because I guarantee you, if we say had ranked choice, or perhaps, I mean, if a runoff happened here between these two, Oz would win it. All the Barnett people would go to Oz in that contest. So, kind of a dumb point, in my opinion. I would love to carry a victory speech.
And U.S. Rep, 5th District, a lot of people watching this one.
That's not the victory speech.
Jamie McLeod-Skinner, 59% of the vote. Kurt Schrader, 41%.
I mean, it's interesting, I suppose.
Keep an eye on those numbers, those ballots still coming in. And Jimmy Crumpacker, 32%. Lori Chavez de Weimer at 41%. The former mayor of Happy Valley holding that lead. Andrea Salinas over Carrick Flynn, 37% to 19. About a 5,000 vote difference between those two at this point. U.S. Rep 6th District, Mike Erickson with a lead over Ron Noble, 33% to 21%. Let's look at this one. U.S. Rep 4th District, Val Hoyer. Look at the 66% of the vote. Nearest competitor, Doyle Canning.
Yeah, victory speeches are kind of hard to find, it seems. Suppose I'm on the wrong platform. Maybe I should be on YouTube instead. And again, I don't know. I doubt that. I doubt they'd be on YouTube anyway. Well, let's take a look at results. Still looking pretty good for the incumbents in Oregon. I feel like that's changed. Yeah, it definitely has. That did go down. Never mind. I have the memory of a fish. This is a surprisingly close race. It's a shame it won't matter because Ron Wyden is very much going to win that in November. And apparently Drazen is pretty far right, so gubernatorial race should go to the Democrats. Not that that's a surprise. Oregon hasn't gone red in quite a long time. Well, I think now is a good time for my second break. I'll be back in a few minutes. Let me actually see if I could do something I should have done the first time. Is actually, have it saying that I will return in a few minutes. Let me try and get that going. I guess that'll work. Yeah, I think that'll do fine. I will be back in a few minutes. I'm going to take a break because I have been going straight for quite a while now. I've only taken one break so far, and it's been like 2-3 hours since, so see y'all in a little bit. Alright, I am back. You might hear some conversations in the distance. I apologize if that is the case. I'm sorry also for taking so long, but I needed a snack. And it appears, just from looking at Streamlabs, that things have changed at least a little bit. It looks like Oz has taken a very, very narrow lead in the Pennsylvania Senate contest. So let me fix this here. So I can imagine that stuck out. Wonder how long it's been that way. This is like the third or fourth time it has said that it is 99% in. So hopefully it's actually 99% in this time, unlike the other 3 times. I actually wonder exactly how many times it said that. But yeah, Oz finally took the lead. Took quite a while, but that is as narrow as it gets. Quite the photo finish. And of course, I have some other races I need to check on. Let's go to Pennsylvania 12, which margin looks the same, but the percentage in has changed. Yeah, the margin is identical, but apparently around 97% of the vote is in. Which I think is notable. We can go to Oregon now. I would hope there'd be a little more in. I think there might be. Let me look here. Oregon governor, it was 65% before, now it's 68%. Really would have expected a little more than that, considering the time I was gone. Drazen has seemed to have expanded their lead a little bit, while Pierce goes up to 9%. From the primary is still very much Kotex. I would hope so. It'd be very weird if it wasn't. And these House primaries look... These percentages really don't know what they're doing, man. They keep changing. It's so confusing. Why must they do this to me? Well, we do have a race call, which it's pretty hard to argue with that one. And, Idaho Governor Brad Little has won a renomination. Not that surprising. He didn't really do anything wrong to deserve a primary, but it was high profile nonetheless because Trump supported McEachin, and that is the lieutenant governor. So, notable, but expected. Expected result. And I'll look at the second district because that is tracked pretty similarly. And yeah, there's more vote in. And it's a bit closer, but still a pretty notable advantage. The incumbent Mike Simpson. And Brian Smith has climbed up a bit since last time I looked. Don't know if it's going to be enough to win. That seems pretty unlikely. But it is closing just the slightest bit. And I think that's pretty much the results that need to be updated. Let me look at Oregon 5 again on the other side of the aisle. Yeah, Pretty much that's it. So let's look at the analysis. Oh, I think I mixed this up with the governors. Idaho has been counting very slowly. It certainly has. Now that is curious. I don't even know why he endorsed to begin with. If there's anyone in Idaho in the chat that can explain a little more about this race and why the incumbent would be trailing, I'd be interested to know. Because I know the CRT thing has been an issue the Republicans have been pushing. Has this been an incumbent that is pushed back? Said, hey, been on the Democratic side of the issue, I suppose. If anyone watching is in Idaho. But not sure. Alright, we have a speech we can cover here.
When all the votes are tallied, so
from the start,
we're not going to have a result tonight. When all the votes are tallied, I am confident we will win. We are making a ferocious charge, but what is this?
Ah shit, I realized, do I have it muted? Because this is the first, this might be the first video I played. I think I played one earlier. No, it's not, okay. Wanted to make sure. Sorry for the interruption.
What else would you expect? Everything about this campaign has been tight. And I want to thank some other individuals who are actually unbelievably close friends, made a big difference in my life, who are always there at every moment. Let's start with 45, President Trump. President Trump, after he endorsed me, continued to lean into this race in Pennsylvania. He knows all the subtleties of it. He was willing to participate with teletown halls, which he advised that I do was a brilliant idea. He participated in a massive rally out in Westmoreland County. And God bless you, sir, for putting so much effort into this race. I will make you proud. I want to thank Sean Hannity. Sean's like a brother to me. When Sean punches through something, he really punches through it. He understands exactly how to make a difference, and he's been doing that this entire campaign. Much of it behind the scenes, giving me advice on late-night conversations. Again, the kinds of things that true friends do for each other. My friends, we are a role model to the world. When our city on this hill is shining bright, others see it, and they make their cities bright as well. That's why I'm running for the Senate. That's why I'll be the next senator for Pennsylvania. And that's what I promise we will bring to the United States of America. God bless you all. I'll talk to you later.
So that was Dr. Oz speaking tonight. Has a bit of victoriousness in his voice, which I'm not sure if he was in the lead when he said that or not, but he is in a narrow lead right now. And notable that Trump did not endorse in either of these primaries, which might be a reason the incumbents are holding on. And here's McCormick speaking.
Right now, we have tens of thousands of mail-in ballots that have not been counted, that are going to need to be counted beginning tomorrow. And so that, unfortunately, we're not going to have resolution tonight, but we can see the path ahead. We can see victory ahead, and it's all because of you. Right now, we have...
Alright. Pretty short clip of him speaking, but it is very neck and neck between him and Mehmet Oz currently. A little surprised there hasn't been more talk about this. Did it drop again? Dear Lord. How many times has this said 99% and then dropped down? It's ridiculous. I mean, really, it is. It is ridiculous that this has happened so many times. Politico, get your act together. And this House race continues to be very much competitive. Not as close as the Senate contest, but still close. How about Oregon? Nope. Oregon stayed pretty much the same. Let me take another look here, actually. This is interesting. Really close race for Attorney General here. And I want to see if I can find out anything about that, since it seems like the results for most of the contests are either done or they're not going to be done tonight. So, Idaho Attorney General. Okay, next election. Don't know why there's ads here. I have ad block on. Can I get the primary? Because I'm curious, is there a reason why this primary is happening? Okay, nothing on Ballotpedia. Anyone in the chat from Idaho that can give some insight as to why this is an incumbent who is in danger? I'm trying to look at who Paul Labrador is. Was a member of the House. So, he has name ID. But I would usually think that wouldn't be enough to really make it competitive. How about his Twitter? What's he attacking his opponent on? Well, it seems like he's gotten some notable endorsements. I'm not seeing anything regarding the Incumbents. Impressive list of people endorsing him. I just don't quite understand why he... Okay. Well, I think we finally got a reason. Well, interesting. I think I might add this to the list. Well, I don't think it's going to let me. I would definitely want to. I'll be following it. Because it looks pretty close. Meanwhile, in this district, it's getting to the point to where I might be calling it. I mean, it's gotten a little closer, but I don't know if it's gotten... What she got is like over 20 points. And it's moving in the right direction, but it's tempting to just call this. But no one else has, so I'll leave it for now. But Mike Simpson looks to be in a pretty good place right now. Really? Nothing in over 20 minutes? 5:38? Yeah. Seems like analysis is pretty much stalled. So I suppose we're in overtime. To be fair, there's not that many outstanding races, and the ones that are outstanding, mostly we don't expect to see results tonight. The Idaho stuff could actually be soon, though. At least Idaho 2 should be. Let me look through my list. Oh, yes. Sandy Smith was declared the winner, right? Yeah. Let me add that to the ticker, because I didn't. In... And that's apparently a far-right candidate that the GOP did not want winning. Scheller Deliker, that race. Any updates on that one? I haven't looked in quite a while. Have been mostly focused on the 12th. Actually, an update, but it is not over. Surprisingly, and once again the percentages changed, because of course it has. Really, really close, but I feel like Scheller probably still has this. Now let me look through all the Democratic races, make sure I got everything in order there. Everything's in order. Pretty much everything in North Carolina is done. It's been called. Apparently this hasn't been, but I don't think this one's competitive in November. Not, notable. Yeah, this is pretty much it. I'll take a quick look at the Senate. Which, yeah. All but one county went for Bud, and even that one county he lost, he almost won it. So, yeah, pretty big win for him. Bit of a small update in Pennsylvania Senate. Now, it's a more clear lead for Oz. Not by much. Still, it's like 1,000 votes, almost exactly. But some additional votes did come in. This race has not changed. This one's apparently at 93%. Oregon's been pretty static. This is extremely close here. I'm going to replace PA1 because I'm not sure I can fit, another race without deleting one that's already on there. And of the ones I did list, Pennsylvania 1 was definitely the least notable. So I'll delete that one and I'll add in Idaho AG because that one looks kind of exciting. it's been added. I kind of do want to try and add Oregon's 6th district because that's the one district I don't have on here that I find interesting, even though the results haven't really been moving a whole lot. Though I think they have moved since last time, I think. We're going to see if I'll keep an eye on Streamlabs and see if it messes up like it usually does or not. Alright, let me look at Streamlabs. That's unfortunate. Well, I can see what it looks like. It's really unfortunate that it does that. Wish I had a solution to this problem, but I don't know of any. So I'll remove it. And we'll just have to manually watch that one, I suppose. Hey, new posts. Took y'all a while. Oh. That's a wrap. A lead change. Oh, this is pulled ahead. guess that's a wrap on that. I'm still going for a little longer at least. At least another hour, I think. But it is getting late and I am starting to get tired. I don't know how long I can go for, you know? Didn't mean to do that. Percentage seems like it creeped up a bit. It did. Let's see. Results seem largely identical, though the gap apparently has widened. And this has been called. Not a surprising result. Not in the slightest. But it's another race. It's officially done. Biden really should not have endorsed Schrader. It's a dumb idea. It went down again, didn't it? No. I'm just forgetting. actually had more votes in Oregon's 5th District. What a surprise. And they appear to have been good votes for Skinner. She's now back to a 20-point lead. Idaho's continuing to come in very slowly. we're getting pretty close to the end of the stream. I'm planning to go off at 2, so 28 minutes. And so a couple things. First, I suppose, a recap of the night. Because what a night it has been. In Kentucky, we had a pretty expected result in the 3rd District. John Yarmouth's hand-picked successor has won the primary and will almost certainly be elected in November. In North Carolina, Trump's endorsed candidate for the Senate easily won an election, but Madison Cawthorn, someone he also endorsed, but has been engulfed in tons of scandal, narrowly lost his primary, and as such, that is, I believe, the first incumbent House representative to lose their primary in this election season. Few other notable results in North Carolina happened, but none that I find particularly exciting. Sandy Smith won in the 1st Congressional District, narrowly, and that is considered a far-right candidate. So they have the advantage against Democrat Don Davis, who won the Democratic primary relatively comfortably against a more progressive candidate in Erica Smith. He is kind of conservative, so I'm not thrilled with that. But he should win, though frankly, a part of me would like to see him lose. And in the 13th District, Bo Hines appears to have won. That one will be competitive in November. And, North Carolina 4 is solidly Democratic district. Once again, another establishment win over progressive. Fushi beat Nita Allen, and it was a pretty comfortable victory. But not all bad for progressives tonight. John Fetterman, as expected, easily defeated Connor Lamb and Malcolm Kenyatta to win the Pennsylvania Senate primary on the Democratic side. The Republican side, as you almost certainly know, is still going. Just 0.1% separates Muhammad Oz and Dave McCormick. Oz currently in the lead by just about 1,000 votes. Extremely close. You're almost certainly going to a recount, and we still really no idea which of the two men will be facing off against Fetterman in November. In the governor's primary, Doug Mastriano, who Trump endorsed, easily won the primary there, and Democrats kind of wanted that to happen. We'll see if that pays off, or if they Pied Piper themselves again and accidentally give Pennsylvania a governor who believes Donald Trump won that state in 2020 and is going to appoint the Secretary of State, who will almost certainly adhere to that ideology, that belief. In the Pennsylvania House races, progressives also might have some good news, as Summer Lee continues to have a very narrow lead over Steve Irwin, a more moderate candidate. Though, if I'm correct, there was another Pennsylvania district that didn't go, so I actually forget if any of these candidates were progressive in the 17th. Republicans, things are pretty normal. I don't really know much about these candidates, but this is the result in Pennsylvania 6 and 7. The establishment pick seems to have a way closer race than expected, but is still in the lead, though that race is still uncalled, which is very unexpected, I would say. Unexpected. Going to Oregon, Tina Kotek has demolished Tobias Reed, and supposedly she's the more progressive of the two, according to Daniel. I don't think she's progressive enough, but hey, I'll take the more progressive candidate, I suppose. And the House, still the biggest race of the night, Skinner, Schrader. We don't know, but Skinner has the lead, and it's a pretty big lead. We'll see if it holds. We still got a lot of waiting when it comes to this district. In Idaho, conservatives faced a few defeats. It wasn't that great for him in Idaho. The far-right governor, the far-right lieutenant governor tried to primary the incumbent governor and has lost that race. And I think Trump even endorsed them. But the real highlight is the Attorney General race, which is still undecided. Raw Labrador is actually beating the incumbent currently, so definitely worth watching. We definitely want to see the outcome of this tonight. And frankly, all the results we have, they're uncalled, all the uncalled races. I don't expect any of those to get called in the next 20 minutes. So, not sure what I'll do with those. Maybe I'll talk about them next week when we do another stream. That's probably what I'll do. I could do another video or stream talking about the results, but I don't want to do that. It kind of goes against what I'm kind of doing here, I think. I don't know. Maybe I'm being silly. Yeah, that's essentially a recap. So, for the MAGA side, mixed results. Donald Trump got a number of his endorsees victory, including in some very contested races. But Oz is in an absolute nail-biter currently. And Cawthorn went down to defeat entirely. He's already lost. So, mixed bag for him, and mixed bag for progressives no matter what happens, though, depending on the results of those two House races, Oregon 5 and Pennsylvania 12, it could either be a decent enough night for progressives, they get a few wins, more than probably a lot of people expected, or the only win they get is Fetterman, and it's a pretty bad night. So, we don't know. Those results aren't in yet, so we're eagerly awaiting them. Now, I see that there are people watching, at least according to YouTube here. There are people watching this still. Which, by the way, if you've been watching the whole time, or in general, if you've been sticking around for the last few hours, I don't know what to say. Thanks for sticking around. I don't know how exciting or interesting I made this stream. If it's been good, bad, I hope it's been at least okay. But this has been a bit enjoyable. I enjoyed talking with the people who did chat. Winston Bush, thank you for all the conversation. Let me see if I can go back further. It's not letting me, unfortunately, but I know I talked to someone else earlier. A few people got talked to tonight, and I enjoyed those conversations. They were fun. We had a lot of interesting results come in, and I was very happy to, see as they come in live. Had our fun jokes at Politico and their inability to accurately predict how much vote is left. And how slow certain states count their votes. I also like sharing a little more about myself, including the voice you're hearing right now. So, I'm glad that you all get to learn a little bit more about me, and I'll reveal one more thing about myself before this ends, because all you know me as is election coverage. Most of you, anyway. Most of you only know me as election coverage, and I figure that's kind of a weird thing to, address someone as. Hey, election coverage. That's kind of silly, right? So, I think I'll tell you all my first name. Now, some of you all might actually know this already. You can find it on my channel, my contact email. It's pretty obvious if you look there, but my name is Sam. So if you want to address me by my name, or if you were just curious and wanted to know, that's my name. My name's Sam. And it's been a fun stream. I see people dropping off. You don't have to drop off yet. I'm still going for 20 more minutes. I just wanted to start the wrap up, Because this last thing. If there's anyone who wants to chat, ask any more questions or, anything, really. Just talk about anything. We could talk about stuff that's not even elections if you really wanted to. This is sort of the last chance for those conversations to happen. So if there's anyone watching who wants to have any conversation, I invite that. That being all said, we've got about 17 minutes left in this stream, and I doubt we'll have any more results, any more race calls, but maybe we'll have some decent conversation. Maybe. Depends on if any of you want that. Which, it's totally fair if you don't. I'm a pretty shy person myself. I understand not wanting to. Yeah. With all that out of the way, I'm going to continue looking at the results, seeing if any new stuff has come in, and it does appear some has in the Pennsylvania Senate race. Oz has expanded his lead a little bit. A bit unexpected. I honestly didn't think we were getting any more of this race before I signed off, but now he has a 0.2 percentage point lead. Really up there. Still extremely close. Still very much in contention. Oregon. I don't think this is updated at all. Yeah, it hasn't. Yeah, Oregon is identical to how it's been throughout the entire night. Just my nuts. It was a 52%. Why? Why do you do this to me, Politico? I had to do it one more time before we signed off, didn't you? At least one more. Well, there, I guess 3% just vanished into the ether. Huh. I really am, huh? Guess that isn't too surprising. I'm happy to go this late. I wish I could go even longer, honestly, but I have my limits. I've been going for, how long is it now? It started at 7 p.m., so yeah, once this is over, it'll have been 7 hours that I was on. And I think that's a pretty good amount of time to be on for. I'd like to think, anyway. And it's been enjoyable. It was a little slow at the start. Very awkward at the start, because no one was really talking, And it was, my first time doing this in so long, so the awkward vibes and the lack of election returns, maybe I should have started a little later, I guess. And then I could have went later as well. Yeah. Just a few races outstanding. Most of them are in, but the ones that haven't been called are mostly pretty exciting. So I hope for my service. That sounds like you're thanking me as like I'm a veteran. I feel like that's a little too kind, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Yeah. Oregon is, it's always had mail, all mail. At least, not always, but for quite a while it's had all mail for their voting. The rules, and I will say the rules are great for voters. I'm very much in favor of those. The more people that can vote, the easier it is, I think, the better. But it does make waiting for the results kind of painful, especially in contests like the 5th District, where I'm very eagerly waiting that result. I feel like the standard it should be is you accept the mail as long as it was postmarked before the election day. I feel like that's what every state should do. It makes the most sense to me. If you send in your ballot on election day or earlier, then you vote in time. That's how it should work. Yeah. So, very curious to see how those ballots go in that particular race, that congressional district. Because it's right now it's not really close. Schrader's down by 20 points currently. You can get that up here, of course, and that's with 44.5% of the expected vote in. But then again, the expected vote number that Politico has been showing on a bunch of races has been extremely inconsistent. So, no idea how accurate that is. I wouldn't know. I don't live in Oregon. I'd probably prefer to live in Oregon over the state I live in, Indiana. Once upon a time, we used to be at least a little more competitive, but even then the Democrats we had weren't exactly beacons of liberalism. Yep. Good old Mike Pence. Still remember when he signed that, forget the exact details now because it's been so long, but it was some anti-gay bill. Ugh. I really did not like that guy. Still don't like him, obviously. I think that guy became vice president. Of all the people Trump could have chosen. Yeah. I tell you, each party moves further and further in their own directions. It did. It worked. Got them on board for Trump. And, of course, we all know the result of 2016. Trump won. So I'd say there's a lot of factors that contributed to that. But, yeah. The Republicans have moved further to the right. Democrats have moved further to the left. But Democrats, there have been a lot of left-wing Democrats for a long time. They just haven't been well represented, is my take on that. Those emails. Yeah. It's just making me think of the Clinton email scandal from 2016. Lord. Remember that dominating the news? I don't know about Pence's emails. I don't know if I'd want to know about his emails. Whatever the hell he emails people about. Or people email him about. Yeah. Well, to be fair, Biden came in late and... I mean, I said this early in the stream. Maybe you were here, maybe you weren't. I don't know. It was really dumb for Biden to do that. When... there's no upside to that. He's already an incumbent that is in great danger. He has been nothing but a thorn in your side. And it's not like the opponent is going to be an AOC. They're a bit to the right of someone like her. And they're likely to lose. They're very much in danger of losing. And right now they're behind by 20 points. So, I don't get the logic behind that decision. All that does is piss off progressives who already, obviously progressives never liked Biden to begin with, but this certainly didn't help. And considering the moment with Roe v. Wade, it definitely, Democrats are making some mistakes in who they're choosing to support. When their base is angry, when their base, wants some fighters, they're supporting conservatives. And that is not what the people want. In Oregon 5, I don't see that one going red. And in general, the environment's not great. Also, just history tells. The last time the incumbent White House party kept the House of Representatives in their first midterm was 2002. And 2002 was a very unusual year. Who is the Republican candidate in the lead currently? D. Reamer. It's a pretty solid lead for him, 11 points. He'll probably end up winning. For me, I've never really seen that much ideological difference between these candidates. More personality than anything else. How Trumpy you are, how willing you are to say crazy things. City funds for a helicopter. Well, I hope that was a very useful, important helicopter. I doubt it. Was it just a personal helicopter for him? I mean, I don't know a lot about a lot of these candidates. There's so many races, so much to focus on, and considering I skipped the last 2 weeks, kind of snuck up on me. Didn't get to learn as much about each candidate as I would have liked to. Yeah, that's pretty scummy. And that's Laurie, I presume. There's still a chance Crumpacker wins this thing. Half the vote in, supposedly. It's been stuck at that for a while, of course. Well, to be fair, not all of that was personal. The money that got burned on him, I mean... What is that, the 6th? Yeah. Well, to be fair, it's Nancy Pelosi who wasted her time, not him wasting hers. The Democrats, that was another dumb mistake, getting in for Flynn in this primary. Whoever made that decision was absolutely moronic. It was just spending so much money to lose by this margin. It's pretty embarrassing. But also, as someone who hates that sort of big money spending, I'm pretty glad that it appears to have not worked. Because most of the time, it does. Yeah. Don't think he'll be running again anytime soon. Don't know what he'd run for. What other contest could he potentially win? I mean, maybe there's a part of the district he wins, and there's some local thing, and he can try there. But I doubt a candidate who runs for Congress, or with his sort of profile, would really be interested in that. This is a really odd time to post this article, considering how long we've known that to be the case. Yeah. Well, one outlet appears to have called her the winner. Still don't know if I'd go that far. Yeah. We're getting into the last couple of minutes, so I'll do a last sweep of all the uncalled races, see if anything notable has come in since. Actually, a little bit's come in here. Drazen drops a whole point. Exciting. It's pretty much the only thing that changed. And 1% more is in. But it does mean there is a chance some House results came in. Nothing on the 5th district. Maybe some on the 6th. I don't have that on the ticker. I'm polling. Pulliam. I don't know how I say it. Bet on him to win, huh? I wonder how many people bet on Barnett to win. And then this happened. Which he very much is not going to. Yeah, and Cawthorn. That guy was something. Just all the scandals and all the things about him, like, man. I mean, not the worst GOP member of Congress. Honestly, I get some entertainment from some of those scandals, but yeah, that dude should not be in Congress, and thankfully he won't be anymore. Take one last look at Idaho. Results have changed. I believe they have, anyway. Yeah, they have. Labrador has slightly increased his lead. And it's now 52% in. Yeah, it's now 2 a.m. It's getting quite late for me over here. Need to eat something, because I haven't really ate at all this last 7 hours. And probably go to sleep after that. So, thank you for tuning in. Thank you everyone for tuning in. I enjoyed doing this, and next week, what do we got next week? It's Alabama, Arkansas, and Texas. The Texas runoffs, right? So, we'll do this again next week. We'll probably start at 8, since Alabama closes at 8, and I look forward to it. I have a good night, everybody, and see you next week.